Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The crimson comet slashed across the night sky like a wound in the heavens, its scarlet tail leaving a trail of ember light that lingered long after it passed. From the highest tower of Hogwarts Castle, Professor Lyra Dragonheart watched through her enchanted telescope as the celestial visitor carved its path between familiar constellations, disrupting patterns that had remained unchanged for millennia. Frost crystals formed intricate patterns on the ancient stone beneath her feet, testament to the most brutal winter the magical world had experienced in living memory. Lyra's breath caught as the comet's trajectory revealed a peculiar pattern in its wake, 7 interlinked symbols that matched precisely the markings on the bronze amulet that hung heavy around her neck. An inheritance from a grandmother she barely remembered, the amulet had always felt warm against her skin, even now in this bitter cold that had frozen the Great Lakes solid and driven even the most resilient magical creatures into deep hibernation. "It's not coincidence," she whispered to the empty observatory, her fingers instinctively tracing the symbols on her amulet. As if in response, the markings began to glow with the same fierce crimson as the comet above, pulsing in rhythm with her quickening heartbeat. When morning broke over the snow-laden towers of Hogwarts, whispers spread through the castle faster than flu powder through a network. During the night, 5 students from different houses had awakened simultaneously, each manifesting magical abilities that defied explanation. A first-year Hufflepuff who suddenly spoke in languages dead for centuries, twins in Gryffindor whose skin had briefly turned to living gold, a Ravenclaw 6th year who'd levitated in her sleep, remaining suspended until dawn. And most alarming, a Slytherin prefect whose shadow had detached itself and moved independently before reattaching at sunrise. Headmistress Wilhelmina Goshawk had summoned an emergency faculty meeting, her usual composure visibly shaken as she addressed the assembled professors in the circular chamber adjacent to her office. These manifestations coincide with the appearance of the Crimson Harbinger, the headmistress explained, using the ancient term for the comet that had last appeared over 7 centuries ago. The ministry has dispatched a specialist to assist us in understanding these developments. The specialist arrived as twilight painted the snow-covered grounds in hues of lavender and gold. Sebastian Ravenclaw stepped into the castle with the confident stride of a man accustomed to commanding attention. Tall and lean, with sharp features partially concealed by a close-cropped silver beard, he wore the distinctive midnight blue robes of an elite Auror. A silver emblem on his collar marked him as a member of the Department of Mysteries' Ancestral Threats Division, a branch of magical law enforcement whose existence was itself classified. Lyra felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air when his steel-grey eyes locked onto her amulet during introductions. "Where did you acquire that artifact, Professor Dragonheart?" His voice carried the cold precision of a well-honed spell. "Family heirloom," she replied with deliberate casualness, one hand instinctively covering the amulet. "Is it relevant to our current situation?" "More than you know," his lips thinned to a grim line. That symbol belongs to the Order of the Celestial Dragon, a cabal of dark wizards believed extinct for centuries. The accusation hung in the air between them, sharp as an icicle. The Order was responsible for the death of my family 3 generations ago, he continued, eyes never leaving the amulet. And now, with the return of the Harbinger, their dormant magic reawakens in our students. In the days that followed, an uneasy alliance formed between Professor Dragonheart and Aura Ravenclaw. While he remained convinced of the Order's malevolence, practical necessity demanded they work together as more students began exhibiting strange abilities, powers that grew stronger as the comet's presence in the night sky intensified. The astronomy tower became their reluctant sanctuary, a neutral ground where ancient texts and star charts spread across worn tables as they sought answers in the patterns above. Despite his suspicions, Sebastian couldn't deny Lyra's expertise in celestial magic, a rare specialization even among accomplished witches and wizards. The comet's trajectory forms a septagram when traced across the celestial vault, Lyra explained one night, her enchanted quill marking the pattern on a chart that shifted and moved like the actual sky. 7 points, 7 nights of peak visibility, 7 affected students so far. 7 founders of the Order, Sebastian added grimly, producing a worn journal from his robes. My grandfather documented everything he could discover about them before they murdered him. The journal revealed a history far different from the accepted narrative. According to Sebastian's grandfather's research, the Order of the Celestial Dragon had been formed during Hogwarts' early years, not as a dark cabal, but as guardians against a cosmic threat sealed beneath the foundations of the wizarding world by the 4 founders. That can't be right, Sebastian muttered, his certainty wavering for the first time. Every account describes them as practitioners of forbidden arts, wielders of corrupted magic. History is written by the victorious, Lyra said softly, her eyes drawn to a particular entry in the journal. Look here, your grandfather questioned the official account. He found evidence that the ministry itself might have fabricated charges against the Order to seize their knowledge. Their research accelerated as the comet reached its zenith in the winter sky. In the restricted section of the library, behind a bookshelf that responded only to the combined light of Lyra's amulet and Sebastian's family ring, they discovered a hidden chamber lined with crystalline panels that displayed moving images of the night sky throughout the ages. It's a celestial archive, Lyra breathed, wonder overcoming her usual academic reserve. And the Order wasn't practicing dark magic. They were star readers, cosmic sentinels. The panels revealed the truth in flickering scenes of ancient magic, 7 wizards and witches from different magical traditions, uniting to maintain the celestial wards that contained something ancient and terrible, a force that the founders themselves had barely managed to imprison. The Order had been custodians of this secret, maintaining the wards through astronomical alignments that occurred every 7 centuries. The last conjunction was in 1323, Sebastian realized, his fingers tracing dates in his grandfather's journal, which means the wards are failing now, Lyra finished, and without the Order, there's no one to renew them. As if in confirmation, a tremor shook the castle foundations. In the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling flickered, momentarily revealing not the night sky, but something beyond it, a writhing darkness punctuated by eyes that should not exist in any natural creature. The crisis reached its peak on the 7th night of the comet's zenith. Throughout Hogwarts, affected students began sleepwalking in perfect synchronicity, their bodies glowing with the same crimson light as the comet. They converged in the central courtyard, forming a perfect septagram with their unconscious bodies, while speaking in unison in a language that made the air itself shiver. Their channels, Lyra realized, the amulet at her throat pulsing with increasing urgency. The ancient power is using them to break through. Sebastian's eyes widened with sudden understanding. The Order didn't cause this. They prevented it. Every 7 centuries, they conducted a ritual during the comet's passing to reinforce the wards. Frost patterns spread across the courtyard stones, forming the same intricate symbols found on Lyra's amulet and in the margins of Sebastian's journal. The sleepwalking students began to levitate, their forms becoming translucent as the cosmic force attempted to manifest through them. "We need to complete the ritual," Lyra said, clutching the amulet which now burned against her skin. "Your family ring, it's not just a token of vengeance, it's the counterpart to this amulet. Together, they form the key." Sebastian hesitated only briefly before removing the silver ring that had passed through generations of Ravenclaws, ostensibly as a reminder of their duty to eliminate the last vestiges of the Order. "My family's mission was corrupted," he said, voice tight with the realization of generations of misdirected purpose. "We were meant to be allies, not adversaries." As the comet reached its perfect alignment overhead, Lyra and Sebastian stood at the center of the human septagram, joining hands with the amulet and ring pressed between their palms. Knowledge flowed between them, star charts and incantations, celestial geometries and cosmic bindings, information encoded in their very bloodlines, waiting for this moment of necessity. Words in the ancient language of stars fell from their lips in perfect harmony, a duet of cosmic proportions. The crimson light of the comet coalesced around them, flowing through the sleeping students and into the ground beneath Hogwarts, reinforcing wards that had stood for a millennium. For one breathtaking moment, both Lyra and Sebastian could perceive the entity straining against its bonds, a being of such alien configuration that human minds could barely comprehend its form. Ancient and patient, it retreated once more into its prison as the renewed wards blazed with power. When the light faded, the students awoke, dazed but unharmed, with no memory of their midnight convergence. The comet overhead, having fulfilled its purpose as cosmic timekeeper, began to fade from the sky. Spring came early to Hogwarts that year, as if in gratitude for the averted catastrophe. In the astronomy tower, now adorned with carefully preserved star charts and reconstructed texts of the Order, Lyra adjusted her telescope to track the comet's diminishing tail. "The Ministry has officially cleared the Order of all historical charges," Sebastian said, joining her at the parapet. No longer clad in aurora blue, he wore the midnight robes of a professor, a silver dragon emblem, twin to Lyra's amulet, pinned at his collar. Though most records have been lost to time, their legacy will be restored. "And the students?" Lyra asked, her gaze moving to the grounds below, where the 7 affected youths were now learning to control the cosmic gifts that remained even after the comet's passing. "The first initiates of the reborn order," Sebastian replied with quiet certainty. "Chosen by forces beyond our understanding, but trained by our very human wisdom. Above them, the last visible trace of the Crimson Harbinger vanished from the sky, its mission complete until the cycle renewed in another 700 years. By then, a new generation of the Order of the Celestial Dragon would be prepared, the knowledge preserved not in secrecy and isolation, but in the combined legacy of 2 families once divided by misunderstanding." Lyra's hand found Sebastian's as they watched the stars reclaim their ancient patterns. The amulet and ring, now permanently transformed by the ritual they had performed, glowed with a subtle inner light, not the fierce crimson of emergency and warning, but the steady gold of vigilance and protection. Until the next alignment, she whispered to the night sky. Until then, he agreed, his eyes on a future bright with rediscovered purpose. Story 2. The torches along the ancient stone corridors of Hogwarts' deepest dungeons flickered and dimmed, as if reluctant to illuminate the darkness that had dwelled there for centuries. In a forgotten alcove, beneath layers of dust and neglect, a portrait stirred, not with the usual animation of magical paintings, but with something more primal. The canvas rippled like disturbed water, and the figure within, a severe-looking wizard with eyes like twin eclipses, leaned forward as if pressing against an invisible barrier. "The air returns when the stones weep," it whispered in a voice like grinding granite. "When 7 centuries pass and ancient wards sleep." No one was there to hear the prophecy echo through the abandoned corridor. No one, except the castle itself, which seemed to shudder in recognition. Far above, in the great hall adorned with floating candles and enchanted ceiling reflecting a star-strewn autumn sky, the newest addition to Hogwarts sat alone at the end of the Ravenclaw table. Orion Blackstone's arrival from Durmstrang mid-term had caused a stir of whispers and sidelong glances. Tall for his 17 years, with raven black hair and eyes of such a deep blue they appeared almost violet in certain light, he carried himself with the rigid posture of one accustomed to scrutiny. "Mind if I sit?" A girl with a cascade of auburn hair and freckles like constellations across her nose didn't wait for his answer before settling opposite him. The Gryffindor emblem on her robes seemed to glow with an inner fire. "Oh, Seraphina Weasley," she introduced herself, extending a hand adorned with an unusual silver ring bearing a symbol Orion couldn't quite place, a triangle bisected by a vertical line with a circle surrounding its intersection. "Everyone calls me Sarah." Orion hesitated before accepting her handshake. "You're the first person to approach me directly since I arrived." Sarah's smile dimmed slightly. People fear what they don't understand. "And you, Orion Blackstone, are quite the mystery." Before he could respond, a tremendous crack echoed through the hall, followed by several startled screams. A fissure had appeared in the enchanted ceiling, a jagged line disrupting the illusion of the night sky, allowing actual moonlight to stream through. "Prefects, escort your houses to their common rooms immediately," Headmaster Armando Dippet commanded, his voice magically amplified. "Staff will investigate this irregularity." As the students filed out in orderly chaos, Orion felt a strange pull, not physical, but magical, coming from the crack above. For a brief, disorienting moment, his vision blurred, replaced by an image of 4 figures standing in this very hall, their hands joined as they wove spells of protection around a swirling vortex of darkness. "Are you all right?" Sarah's voice broke through the vision. She gripped his arm, steadying him. "I saw—" Orion began, then stopped, unsure how to explain what had flashed through his mind. "Nothing, a headache." Sarah's eyes narrowed with unmistakable recognition. "It wasn't nothing," she whispered. "Meet me in the library tomorrow, restricted section. I have a prefect's pass." Over the next weeks, more fissures appeared throughout the castle. Suits of armor stood sentry beside the largest cracks, while professors hurried through corridors with worried expressions and hushed conversations. Meanwhile, Orion's visions intensified. Fragments of memories that weren't his own, glimpses of Hogwarts in its infancy, and always the 4 founders working together to contain something of terrible power. In the library's restricted section, surrounded by ancient tomes and the musty scent of forbidden knowledge, Orion and Sarah pieced together fragments of a truth long forgotten. "It's all here," Sarah whispered one evening, her fingers tracing lines in a small leather-bound journal. "My ancestor, Ignatius Weasley was keeper of secrets for Godric Gryffindor. He recorded everything about the founding of Hogwarts, including what they never wanted known. What did they hide? Orion asked, his voice barely audible. Hogwarts wasn't built just as a school, she replied. It was constructed as a prison. According to the journal, beneath the foundations of Hogwarts lay an ancient power, a nexus of raw magical energy that predated human civilization. The founders had discovered it and recognized both its potential and its danger. Together, they built the school above it, channeling and containing its power through an elaborate system of wards that required renewal every 7 centuries. The last renewal was performed in 1241, Sarah calculated, which means the wards are failing now in 1941, Orion finished. But what does this have to do with me? The answer came not from Sarah, but from a voice behind them, soft yet commanding attention. Everything, Mr. Blackstone. Professor Albus Dumbledore stood among the shadows, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the candlelight. I believe it's time we visited a certain portrait. Deep in the dungeons, the forgotten portrait seemed to have been expecting them. The severe wizard within fixed his eclipse-like eyes on Orion with unmistakable recognition. "The blood awakens," the portrait intoned. "The heir stands before the threshold." "Who are you?" Orion demanded, fighting the peculiar sensation that he already knew the answer. "I am Matthias Blackstone, first heir of Shadows, appointed by the 4 founders to carry their combined legacy should the wards ever fail." Dumbledore stepped forward. The founders knew that containing such power would require vigilance beyond their lifetimes. They selected a student, one who showed exceptional aptitude in all their disciplines, and imbued him with a fragment of their combined magical essence. This essence has passed through his bloodline, dormant until needed. Until now, Sarah breathed. "You're his descendant, Orion." The portrait's eyes flashed. The chamber beneath the chamber must be opened. The heir must renew what was wrought, or the nexus will rupture and magic itself will be unmade. As if in response to these words, the castle shuddered violently. New fissures split the stone around them, emanating an eerie blue luminescence. "The wards accelerate toward failure," Dumbledore said gravely. "We must act quickly." The Chamber of Secrets, infamous in Hogwarts lore, was merely an antechamber to a deeper secret. Beyond Slytherin's monument, accessible only through a hidden passage that revealed itself to Orion's touch, lay a spiraling staircase descending into the Earth's heart. Orion led the way, his wand illuminating steps worn smooth by age, yet untouched by human feet for centuries. Sarah followed close behind, the family journal clutched to her chest like a talisman. Dumbledore brought up the rear, his watchful eyes missing nothing. The staircase ended in a perfect circular chamber carved from living rock. At its center stood a plinth of obsidian upon which rested 4 objects: a crystal phial containing swirling silver memory threads, a dagger with a blade of mirrored surface, a chalice filled with what appeared to be liquid starlight, and a ring identical to the one Sarah wore. "The founders' keys," Dumbledore murmured. "Artifacts containing the knowledge needed to renew the wards." As Orion approached the plinth, the air around him thickened with magic. The fissures that had been appearing throughout the castle were most concentrated here, surrounding a pulsing core of raw power suspended above the plinth, a swirling vortex of energy barely contained. "I don't know what to do," Orion admitted, his confidence faltering. Sarah stepped forward, removing her ring. "You don't have to know," she said. "The knowledge is within you, passed down through your blood, and this," she placed the ring beside its twin on the plinth, "will help you remember." The moment the second ring touched the obsidian surface, all four artifacts blazed with blinding light. Orion gasped as memories not his own flooded his consciousness. Knowledge of ancient spells, the combined wisdom of the founders, and the precise ritual needed to renew the wards. With newfound certainty, he took up the dagger and drew it across his palm. Blood, his blood, carrying the magical legacy of the first heir, dripped into the chalice of starlight. He drank from it without hesitation, then plunged his hand into the phial of memories. "E anima nexus, sanguis custos," he chanted, words flowing from him in a language older than Latin. "Quatuor in unum, unum in quatuor." The vortex of energy pulsed violently, expanding until it encompassed Orion completely. Through the blinding light, Sarah and Dumbledore watched as he seemed to split into four distinct figures, each embodying the essence of a founder, before merging back into one. With a thunderous sound like the closing of an immense door, the vortex contracted, the fissures throughout the castle sealed themselves, and Orion collapsed to the chamber floor. Dawn broke over Hogwarts, sunlight streaming through windows that hours before had been webbed with cracks. In the hospital wing, Orion opened his eyes to find Sarah dozing in a chair beside his bed, the journal still clutched in her hands. "The heir is not a villain," she murmured sleepily as she noticed him awake, "but a protector. Created by the founders, carrying their legacy," Orion added, his voice stronger than he expected. He felt different, complete in a way he hadn't before, as if pieces of himself he'd never known were missing had finally slotted into place. "Professor Dumbledore says the ward should hold for another 7 centuries, Sarah said. "And after that, another heir will arise," Orion finished. "The blood will awaken again when needed." Outside the window, Hogwarts stood proud against the morning sky, its ancient stones once more solid and sure. Few would ever know how close the magical world had come to catastrophe, or the truth about the heir of shadows who had saved them all. But the castle remembered. And in the deepest dungeon, in a portrait now restored to prominence, Matthias Blackstone smiled with satisfaction as he settled in to watch over the school for another 700 years. Story 3. The ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest stood as silent sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching toward a sky veiled in mist. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor where Professor Kettleburn led his 6th-year Care of Magical Creatures class deeper into the woods than any had ventured before. Among the students, Callista Silverheart moved with unusual grace, her footsteps barely disturbing the fallen leaves. Half human and half centaur, a rare lineage that earned her both reverence and suspicion, she possessed an intuitive understanding of magical creatures that surpassed even her professor's considerable knowledge. "Stay close," Professor Kettleburn warned, his weathered face creasing with concern as he counted the students. "The forest grows wilder beyond this point." Callista felt it first, a tremor in the air, like the moment before lightning strikes. The forest fell unnaturally silent. Even the ever-present rustle of bowtruckles and the distant calls of hippogriffs ceased, as if the woodland itself held its breath in anticipation. "Professor," she called, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something's happening." Before Kettleburn could respond, the air before them shimmered and tore like parchment set aflame. Through the rift that formed, Callista glimpsed a world both familiar and utterly foreign. A forest similar to their own, yet the trees gleamed with an inner luminescence, their bark inlaid with patterns resembling ancient runes. Strange creatures moved between them, centaurs with bodies that seemed carved from living crystal. thestrals with wings of flame rather than leathery membrane, and beings that defied classification, shifting form with every step. The students gasped and retreated, but Callista found herself drawn forward, her heart recognizing something her mind could not explain. For the briefest moment, her eyes met those of a creature on the other side, a magnificent being with the lower body of a stag and the torso of a man, his skin shimmering with what appeared to be constellations moving beneath the surface. He extended a hand toward her, lips forming words she couldn't hear. Professor Kettleburn's arm shot out, pulling her back as the rift closed as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air and a scent like ozone after a storm. "Back to the castle," he ordered, his voice trembling. "Now." By morning, whispers of the incident had spread throughout Hogwarts. Headmaster Dippet called an emergency faculty meeting, while prefects enforced a strict curfew. Callista, unable to forget what she'd seen, found herself drawn to the library's restricted section, her prefect badge granting her access where other students would be forbidden. Between ancient tomes of forgotten magic and historical accounts rarely consulted, she searched for any mention of rifts between worlds. Hours passed before she found it. A single paragraph in Hogwarts, a complete arcane history, describing how the founders had chosen the castle's location not merely for its isolation from muggles, but because it stood at a convergence of magical ley lines, a place where the barriers between realms grew thin. Looking for something specific, Silverheart. The drawling voice startled her. Emmerich Gaunt stood in the shadows of a nearby bookcase, his Slytherin tie loosened and his dark eyes fixed on the page before her. Tall and aristocratic, with sharp features that seemed carved from marble, Emmerich carried the weight of his infamous bloodline with cold pride. "Nothing that would interest you, Gaunt," she replied, closing the book. "Rifts between worlds, the convergence of realms." His smile was knowing. "I'd say that interests me greatly, especially since Avery hasn't been the same since he returned." Returned. Callista's heart quickened. From where? That's the question, isn't it? Emmerich moved closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "He disappeared 3 nights ago. When he came back this morning, he claimed he'd been in the hospital wing. But Madame Nightingale has no record of him. And his hands..." Emmerich hesitated. "My!" His hands change shape when he thinks no one is watching. Over the following weeks, 3 more students disappeared, each returning days later with no memory of their absence and strange new abilities they struggled to conceal. Callista and Emmerich formed an uneasy alliance, their mutual distrust gradually giving way to grudging respect as they pieced together fragments of an ancient mystery. In the Chamber of Secrets, which Emmerich had learned to access through knowledge passed down through generations of Slytherin descendants, they discovered wall carvings, predating even Salazar himself. Depictions of 2 realms separated by a gossamer veil, and beings that moved freely between them. The Veil of Realms, Emmerich translated from the archaic script. Once, the boundaries between worlds were permeable. Magical creatures and humans passed freely between realms, sharing knowledge and power. "What changed?" Callista asked, her fingers tracing the carved figures. "Fear," Emmerich replied simply. As magical ability became concentrated in certain bloodlines, those without such gifts grew fearful. And as muggles turned against magic, wizards turned against anything they deemed too different, too powerful. The carvings told how the founders had woven a powerful enchantment into Hogwarts itself, a spell that strengthened the boundaries between worlds, protecting both from the other. But Salazar Slytherin, ever mistrustful of limitations, had incorporated a flaw in the design, believing that someday the separation might prove more dangerous than integration. The spell weakens every 7 centuries, Emmerich explained, allowing for reconsideration, for the possibility of reunion. That time is now. As if confirming his words, more rifts began appearing throughout the castle. Students reported glimpses of impossible landscapes through windows that should have shown only the grounds. The staircases began shifting not just in configuration, but in destination, sometimes leading to corridors that existed in the other realm. Professor Dumbledore, then merely the Transfiguration teacher, took a particular interest in their research, providing ancient texts from his personal collection and posing questions that guided their thinking without revealing his own conclusions. "The balance is delicate," he warned them one evening as they pored over star charts in his office. "The consequences of either permanent separation or complete merger are beyond our understanding." The crisis came to a head during the winter solstice, when the magical energies that sustained Hogwarts reached their annual peak. The great hall's enchanted ceiling, usually reflecting the sky above, showed instead the magnificent sprawling landscape of the other realm, a place where magic had evolved differently, where it flowed visible in the air like aurora borealis, and creatures of legend walked openly. During the feast, the largest rift yet tore open above the staff table. Through it came the stagman Callista had seen before, accompanied by beings of similar majesty, the rulers of the other realm, come to address the crisis that threatened both worlds. "I am Orion of the astral herd," the stagman announced, his voice resonating with power. "The veil between our worlds thins to breaking. The ancient enchantment fails. Without intervention, both realms will collide catastrophically." Chaos erupted as students panicked, but Dumbledore's amplified voice cut through the din. "Silence! These are not invaders, but envoys, and we would do well to listen." The leaders of both realms convened in the headmaster's tower, while Callista and Emmerich were summoned because of their extensive research. There, the truth emerged in its entirety. The spell woven by the founders was unraveling faster than anticipated. The students who had disappeared had been pulled through temporary rifts, changed by exposure to the other realm's magic. "The prophecy speaks of one with dual heritage," Orion said, his starry gaze fixed on Callista. "One who carries the blood of both worlds. Only such a being can mend the tear or guide the merger." All eyes turned to Callista. As the daughter of a wizard magizoologist and a centaur, she embodied the connection between realms that had once been commonplace. "The choice must be yours," Orion continued. "And we restore the boundaries, keeping our worlds separate for another 7 centuries, or dissolve them entirely, allowing our realms to merge as they were in the ancient days." The weight of 2 worlds settled on Callista's shoulders. She looked to Emmerich, whose research had suggested that the original separation had caused magic itself to weaken over time, creating the very distinctions between magical creatures, beings, and wizards that now defined their society. "If I choose merger," she asked, "what becomes of those who fear magic, of the muggles?" "Change would come gradually," Orion answered. "The merger would take generations to complete. But yes, eventually, the distinction between magical and non-magical would blur. Some would find power they never knew they possessed. Others might never develop abilities beyond those they already have." Callista closed her eyes, feeling the pull of both choices. Restoration meant safety, the continuation of the world she knew. Merger meant upheaval, but also possibility, the revival of ancient magics, the healing of divisions artificially created. In the end, she chose neither option as presented, Standing at the astronomy tower at midnight, surrounded by representatives of both realms, Callista invoked magic more ancient than Hogwarts itself, the power of thresholds, of liminal spaces. With Emmerich channeling the hereditary magic of Slytherin's line and Dumbledore guiding the process, she re-wove the Founder's spell into something new. Not a rigid barrier, nor its complete dissolution, but a permeable membrane. Not separation, she declared as magic swirled around her, her form shifting between human and centaur as she channeled the spell, nor forced unity, but choice. Passages that can be found by those who seek them, doors that open to those with understanding. The rifts throughout the castle stabilized, no longer tiers but portals that could be opened deliberately. The immediate crisis abated, though the implications of Callista's choice would echo through generations to come. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Callista stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest with Orion. "You have created a third path," he said, approval in his voice. "Wisdom beyond your years." "Not wisdom," she replied, watching as a group of first years cautiously approached a small, stable portal near Hagrid's hut, where a crystal-horned unicorn peered curiously back at them. Hope. The worlds were never meant to be entirely separate, nor forcibly joined. "We learn from difference as much as from similarity," Orion nodded, his form beginning to shimmer as he prepared to return to his realm. "You will be needed in the days to come, the keeper of thresholds, the bridge between worlds." "I'll be ready," Callista promised, feeling for the first time that her dual heritage was not a burden to bear, but a gift to share. Behind her, Emmerich waited at a respectful distance, his customary arrogance tempered by newfound purpose. The veil between realms had thinned, but it had not torn, and in that delicate balance lay the future of magic itself. Story 4. The ancient stones of Hogwarts whispered secrets in the midnight hour, their arcane murmurs audible only to those who knew how to listen. Thaddeus Grimoire was one such listener. Tall and angular, with eyes the color of thunderclouds, the seventh-year Slytherin traced his fingers along the weathered wall of the library's restricted section, feeling the castle's magic pulse beneath his touch like a slumbering heartbeat. Tonight, the rhythm felt different, disturbed. Rain lashed against the leaded windows, casting wavering shadows across centuries-old tomes as Thaddeus moved between towering shelves that seemed to lean inward, as if sharing confidences with one another. His wand tip illuminated a barely perceptible seam in the stone floor, an irregularity no casual observer would notice. But to Thaddeus, whose ancestors had walked these halls since the days of the Founders, it was a clarion call. "A revelatio profundis," he whispered, pressing his wand to the seam while simultaneously rotating the silver medallion that hung at his throat, an heirloom bearing symbols so ancient their meaning had been lost even to his family's meticulous records. The stones parted silently, revealing a spiraling staircase that plunged into darkness deeper than his wandlight could penetrate. Thaddeus hesitated only momentarily before beginning his descent, unaware that eyes the color of autumn leaves watched him from the shadows. Eleanor Blackwood had been following the solitary Slytherin for weeks, her curiosity piqued by his late-night wanderings and the peculiar medallion he clutched when he thought no one was looking. As head girl and a seventh-year Ravenclaw whose thirst for knowledge was matched only by her distrust of grimoires, a family that had clashed with Blackwoods for generations, Eleanor felt both duty-bound and personally motivated to discover what Thaddeus sought in the castle's depths. Drawing her wand from the sleeve of her midnight blue robes, she whispered her own incantation and followed him into the abyss. The catacomb that sprawled beneath Hogwarts' library defied architectural logic. its dimensions shifting in ways that suggested space itself bent to accommodate secrets too vast for conventional constraints. Dust motes danced in wandlight, swirling in patterns that momentarily resembled constellations before dispersing into chaos once more. The air tasted of parchment and possibility, ancient and alive simultaneously. Thaddeus moved with purpose through narrow passages lined with alcoves containing artifacts too powerful or dangerous for the main collection above. His destination lay beyond, in a chamber whose entrance was marked by an archway carved with symbols identical to those on his medallion, 7 runes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you, Grimoire." Eleanor's voice shattered the sepulchral silence, causing Thaddeus to whirl around, wand raised defensively. Recognition flickered across his features, followed quickly by suspicion. "Blackwood." He spat the name like a curse. "Following me now? Did curiosity finally overcome your family's legendary caution?" Eleanor stepped forward, her own wand held loosely but ready. "And someone needs to ensure you're not unleashing some ancient grimoire catastrophe upon the school again." The "again" hung between them, heavy with shared history, a 5th-year incident involving a cursed music box that had temporarily transformed half the Hufflepuff house into songbirds. The official story blamed a prank gone wrong, but Eleanor had witnessed Thaddeus attempting to contain the magic that had escaped his control. "This isn't what you think," Thaddeus said, gesturing toward the archway. "I'm trying to prevent something, not cause it. Something is waking up inside Hogwarts, something the founders imprisoned here. These symbols appeared on my medallion 3 nights ago, burning bright enough to scar my skin. They're a warning." Eleanor's skepticism faltered as she noticed what lay beyond the archway. A small chamber dominated by a stone plinth, upon which rested a scroll case made of a metal she couldn't identify. Neither silver nor steel, but something that seemed to shift between states as wandlight played across its surface. "That's impossible," she whispered. "The Merlin repositories are a myth. A bedtime story to make young witches and wizards study their history. Apparently not." Thaddeus approached the plinth cautiously. "And I think we're meant to find this. Both of us. What makes you think I have any part in this?" In answer, Thaddeus pointed to a golden bracelet partially visible beneath Eleanor's sleeve, an heirloom she'd inherited upon her grandmother's death just weeks earlier. Inscribed upon it were 7 symbols that perfectly mirrored those on his medallion, because that's the other half of the key. Dawn painted the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling in watercolor hues of amber and rose as students gathered for breakfast, oblivious to the ancient scroll now hidden in Eleanor's bewitched satchel. She and Thaddeus had agreed, after hours of tense negotiation in the catacomb, to study the document privately before alerting faculty to their discovery. The scroll's parchment, impossibly preserved after a millennium, bore text in a language neither recognized, interspersed with diagrams of Hogwarts showing chambers and passageways absent from any known blueprint of the castle. Most disturbing were the marginal illustrations depicting creatures of such otherworldly configuration that looking upon them too long caused a peculiar vertigo. "We need somewhere secure to work," Thaddeus murmured, sliding onto the bench beside Eleanor, despite the startled looks this earned from fellow students. A grimoire sitting with a Blackwood was unprecedented. "Room of requirement," she replied without looking up from her porridge. "The 7th floor, 1 hour." The room manifested for them as a circular study with walls lined with reference texts, a large table at its center upon which the scroll could be unrolled safely. Enchanted windows showed the grounds outside, though both students knew the views were illusory. For days, they worked in uneasy alliance, translating fragments of text and cross-referencing symbols with ancient rune dictionaries the room provided. Their breakthrough came when Thaddeus noticed that holding his medallion above certain passages caused the text to rearrange itself into readable Middle English. "It's a warning," he translated, voice hushed with disbelief. "From Merlin himself. He helped the founders build Hogwarts, but not primarily as a school. The castle is a prison, constructed around a nexus of primordial magic that predates human civilization." Eleanor's bracelet glowed warmly as she passed it over another section of text. The founders couldn't destroy this force, so they bound it instead, creating a labyrinth of chambers to contain its manifestations. Merlin designed 7 seals, powered by the combined magic of the founders, and the scroll is a contingency plan, Thaddeus continued, in case the seals ever began to fail. As if responding to this realization, the castle shuddered around them. A brief, almost imperceptible tremor that nonetheless caused both students to exchange alarmed glances. The following weeks brought escalating strangeness to Hogwarts. Professor Binns, solid enough for a ghost, disappeared mid-lecture, leaving only a spectral outline that faded within minutes. The moving staircases began shifting to configurations that led to corridors previously non-existent. Most alarming, students reported glimpsing creatures in mirrors and windows, things with too many limbs and eyes that seemed to occupy spaces between conventional dimensions. Meanwhile, Thaddeus and Eleanor made progress deciphering the scroll's encoded instructions. Each correctly interpreted symbol caused their respective heirlooms to glow momentarily. And somewhere in the castle, another chamber would reveal itself. Rooms containing artifacts of immense power, Ravenclaw's astrolabe, capable of mapping magical currents, Hufflepuff's chalice, which could purify corrupted magic, Gryffindor's brazier, whose flames could illuminate truth no matter how deeply hidden, and Slytherin's mirror, which showed not desire, but destiny. These discoveries might have thrilled them had they not come with increasing evidence of the threat Merlin had warned about. With each unsealed chamber, the primordial force grew stronger. Students began experiencing shared nightmares of a vast consciousness stirring beneath the foundations of the school. The enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall occasionally flickered to show not the sky above, but something else. A writhing darkness punctuated by points of light that moved with disturbing purpose. When Professor McGonagall vanished while investigating disturbances in the astronomy tower, leaving behind only her wand and a scorch mark shaped like the symbol for sacrifice in the ancient text, Headmaster Flitwick finally ordered the evacuation of the school. "We can't leave," Thaddeus insisted, as students hurriedly packed trunks around them. "The scroll doesn't just describe the problem, it contains the solution. We've almost deciphered the final sequence." Eleanor nodded grimly. "If this force fully awakens, Hogwarts is just the beginning. The founders built the school here precisely because this is where the veil between realities is thinnest. If it breaks through..." They didn't need to finish the thought. The scroll had shown them enough to understand the consequences. As the last thestral-drawn carriages departed with the remaining students, Thaddeus and Eleanor stood alone in the deserted Great Hall. Their heirlooms, medallion and bracelet, now permanently glowed with inner light, responding to the proximity of the final seal. "According to the scroll, the 7th chamber lies at the heart of Hogwarts," Eleanor said, consulting the diagrams they'd meticulously copied, not in any cardinal direction, but at the magical center. "The Room of Requirement," Thaddeus realized. "It exists in all places within Hogwarts simultaneously. That's why it can change its configuration. It's the nexus point of the castle's magic." They raced through corridors that seemed longer than before, past portraits whose occupants had fled their frames, leaving empty canvases that rippled like water when viewed from the corner of one's eye. The very stones beneath their feet thrummed with discordant energy. The room, when they reached it, had transformed. No longer the study they had used, it now appeared as a perfect sphere whose walls, floor, and ceiling were indistinguishable from one another. A chamber of polished obsidian etched with constellations that matched no earthly sky. At its center floated a crystalline orb, within which swirled colors no human language had names for. "The Founder's Heart," Eleanor whispered, recognizing it from Merlin's illustrations. The final key. As they approached, tendrils of darkness began seeping through the obsidian walls, not smoke or liquid, but something that seemed to exist between states of matter. The temperature plummeted, their breath condensing in clouds before them. "We need to act now," Thaddeus said, removing his medallion. The scroll said the seals could be restored if the bloodlines of the witnesses renewed their commitment. Eleanor unclasped her bracelet, its glow now pulsating in rhythm with the crystalline orb. Two families, once allies before becoming enemies, must choose unity over division. They stepped forward together, holding their heirlooms toward the Founder's Heart. The moment the artifacts touched the crystal surface, a surge of magic ancient beyond reckoning coursed through them both, the combined power of Hogwarts' founders, preserved through centuries for this moment of need. Visions flooded their minds. Merlin and the four founders standing in this very chamber, weaving spells of containment around a force they barely understood. Generations of selected students from various bloodlines maintaining the seals without knowing their true purpose. And the gradual forgetting that had allowed vigilance to lapse and the seals to weaken. Words in the Founder's tongue fell from their lips in perfect unison, an incantation older than Hogwarts itself, binding the primordial magic once more. The darkness retreated, drawn back into the walls which sealed seamlessly behind it. The crystalline orb pulsed once with blinding light before settling into a steady glow that suffused the chamber with warmth. Where their heirlooms had touched it, a new pattern had formed, their family symbols intertwined rather than opposed. As the magic settled around them, Thaddeus turned to Eleanor, seeing her not as a Blackwood, but simply as the brilliant, determined witch who had stood beside him at the edge of catastrophe. "We should probably tell the headmaster it's safe to bring everyone back," he said with a half-smile. Eleanor nodded, but her gaze remained on their transformed heirlooms, now permanently fused to the crystal. "Do you think they knew, the founders, that their legacy would depend on rival families setting aside their differences? Knowing Slytherin's cunning and Ravenclaw's foresight." "Absolutely." Thaddeus glanced around the chamber, which was already beginning to shift back into a more conventional form as Hogwarts' magic re-established its proper flow. "Though I suspect they'd be surprised it took us this long to figure it out." Outside the windows, real ones now, spring sunshine bathed the castle grounds. Hogwarts stood as it had for 1,000 years, its deepest secret once more secured, its guardians awakened to their inherited purpose, and beneath it all, safely contained once more, the primordial force settled into renewed slumber, dreaming dreams beyond human comprehension, waiting for the day when vigilance might lapse again. Story 5. The ancient heart of the Forbidden Forest stirred on the night of the blood moon. Deep within its tangled depths, where trees older than Hogwarts itself twisted toward a star-strewn sky, a circle of megalithic stones long hidden beneath centuries of moss and vine began to pulse with an eerie sapphire luminescence. The light spread like veins through the earth, awakening roots and stirring creatures that had not moved since the founders walked these grounds. At the circle's center, A pool of obsidian water that had remained still as glass for a millennium now rippled as something vast and primordial rose from its depths, a guardian returning to a world that had forgotten its purpose. Miles away, Artemis Nightshade bolted upright in her four-poster bed in the Ravenclaw Tower, a silent scream caught in her throat. The 16-year-old witch clutched at her chest, where an amulet of twisted silver and moonstone, her mother's parting gift before disappearing 3 years ago, burned against her skin with an intensity that left an iridescent mark like a constellation. Outside her window, the forbidden forest pulsed once with that same blue light before returning to darkness. "It's awake," she whispered to the empty room, somehow knowing with bone-deep certainty what those words meant, though she couldn't explain how. By morning, a strange mist had begun creeping from the forest's edge. Not the natural fog that sometimes clung to the Scottish Highlands, but something with purpose and presence. It moved against the wind, curling around the castle's lower walls like curious fingers testing a half-remembered boundary. Students whispered nervously as they hurried between classes, casting wary glances at the opalescent haze that seemed to drink in the sunlight, casting rainbow shadows where no shadows should exist. Professor Longbottom cancelled herbology when 3 venomous tentacula suddenly withered to husks during a 7th-year demonstration. In charms, spells began to go spectacularly awry, leaving Professor Flitwick with antlers that resisted all attempts at vanishing. By dinner, 4 students had been sent to the hospital wing when their magic simply evaporated mid-incantation, leaving them drained and disoriented. "It's feeding on magic itself," Artemis murmured as she stood at the astronomy tower's edge that night, watching the mist swirl and thicken across the grounds. The amulet at her throat hummed with a counter-melody to the forest's call, the constellation mark on her skin now spreading down her arm in a pattern that looked oddly like a map. "Talking to yourself, Nightshade, first sign of madness, they say." The voice, cultured and cool with just a hint of a sneer, belonged to Alaric Thornwood. Tall and angular, with hair so pale it appeared almost silver in the moonlight, the Slytherin prefect emerged from the shadows like he'd been born to them. His family name, once counted among the most loyal followers of Voldemort, still carried the taint of dark magic, though Alaric himself had spent 6 years at Hogwarts, carefully constructing a persona of aloof neutrality. "Well, what do you want, Thornwood?" Artemis didn't turn to look at him, her eyes fixed on a particular pattern in the mist, a spiral that seemed to be slowly closing around the castle like a noose. "The same thing you do," he replied, stepping closer, his sleeve riding up just enough to reveal a mark on his forearm, not the dark mark of his father, but a pattern of lines and whorls that matched the constellation spreading across her own skin. "Answers about what's happening to us." For a moment, they stared at each other in shocked recognition, centuries of secrets suddenly connecting between them. The amulet at Artemis's throat flared with blue fire that cast Alaric's sharp features into stark relief, revealing what her normal sight had never detected, a fine silver chain around his neck, holding a medallion that was undeniably the twin to her own. "Impossible," she whispered. "Ah, evidently not," he replied with a wry twist of his lips. "Our family's histories are more intertwined than we've been led to believe." The library's restricted section offered little insight until Artemis discovered her amulet could unlock hidden text in certain ancient volumes. Together, she and Alaric pieced together fragments of a forgotten history. The Guardian was a construct created by the 4 founders to maintain the boundary between the magical world and something older and stranger that existed alongside it, a realm of pure, unfettered magic that once flowed freely between worlds. The founders feared it, Alaric said, scanning a passage in archaic Latin. Not the realm itself, but what might come through from the other side if the boundary fell. They didn't specify what it was, Artemis noted, frowning at a diagram showing Hogwarts at the center of a complex ritual pattern, only that it had tried to cross over before and nearly succeeded. The Guardian had been created as a sentinel, drawing power from both realms to maintain the balance between them. But something had disrupted its slumber, and now, untethered from its purpose, it drained magic indiscriminately, weakening the very boundary it was meant to protect. "We need to find the founders." "Relics," Artemis said, pointing to a faded illustration showing 3 objects surrounding the Guardian's pool. The texts say they're the keys to restoring the Guardian's purpose, a focus for its power. 3 relics scattered across the grounds, Alaric murmured. And we have, what? Days before the boundary fails completely. "If we're lucky," Artemis replied grimly. The first relic, Ravenclaw's astrolabe, lay hidden in the room of requirement, which now shifted and changed with alarming unpredictability as the castle's magic grew unstable. Together, they navigated its ever-changing pathways, relying more on Artemis's intuition than logic as walls dissolved and reformed around them. The astrolabe, when they finally discovered it suspended in a column of light, was a delicate construction of silver and crystal that seemed to map not the stars, but the very currents of magic that flowed through the world. The second relic proved more challenging. Hufflepuff's chalice, not the famous cup, but a simpler vessel of earth and clay, had been entrusted to the centaurs, who guarded it in the heart of their territory within the Forbidden Forest. As they ventured deeper among ancient trees now alive with whispering voices, Artemis's ability to communicate with magical creatures became their salvation. "Your gift is not coincidence," the centaur Elder Firenze told her as he reluctantly surrendered the chalice. "Andil, the Nightshade line has always walked the boundary between worlds, speaking to those who dwell in twilight places." The third relic, Gryffindor's torch, whose eternal flame burned with courage rather than heat, had been hidden beneath the Black Lake, guarded by the merpeople in a chamber of air and coral. Alaric's contribution proved unexpected. The complex water-breathing charm required was one his father had taught him, a rare piece of magic developed not for dark purposes, but for exploration of ancient underwater ruins. "Not everything my family did was in service to darkness," he admitted quietly as they emerged from the lake, the torch's unwavering flame casting gold across his face, despite the water that should have extinguished it. "Though I've spent most of my life trying to atone for the parts that were." The Guardian awaited them at the stone circle, its form a constantly shifting amalgamation of elements, at times like water given vertical purpose, at others like solidified wind or crystallized shadow. The mist that had enshrouded Hogwarts now swirled in a vortex centered on this ancient place, the boundary between worlds visible as a shimmering curtain that rippled and tore like tissue paper in a storm. As they approached with the 3 relics, the Guardian's form coalesced into something almost human, a figure of blue light with eyes that held the wisdom and weariness of 1,000 years of vigilance. "You bear the marks of the Bound Ones." It spoke directly into their minds, its attention fixed on the matching patterns that now covered both their arms completely. "The bloodlines sworn to aid me should I ever waken." "We've brought the relics," Artemis said, stepping forward with the astrolabe held before her, "to help you restore the boundary." The Guardian's form flickered with what might have been sorrow. "And the boundary cannot be restored from this side. The disruption comes from within Hogwarts itself. Something ancient stirs in the heart of the castle, something that has waited centuries for this moment of weakness." Alaric and Artemis exchanged alarmed glances. "What do you mean, from within?" Alaric demanded. In answer, the Guardian extended a luminous hand, touching each of their marked arms in turn. Visions flooded their minds. A chamber deep beneath Hogwarts, far below even the Chamber of Secrets, a being of shadow and malice that had been imprisoned there by the Founders, and a slow, patient corruption that had spent centuries influencing events, weakening the Guardian's bonds until it could finally break free. Oh, the castle was built not just as a school, the Guardian revealed, but as a prison for something the Founders encountered when they first came to this place, something that offered knowledge and power in exchange for freedom. "And now it's nearly free," Artemis whispered, understanding dawning. "The mist isn't your doing. It's the boundary failing because whatever's down there is pulling magic from our world to break its chains." The Guardian nodded, its form growing more transparent as the boundary continued to weaken. "I was created to maintain the seal, but I cannot approach the castle itself without risking its complete collapse. You must go in my stead, bearing the relics that can renew the binding." "How?" Alaric asked, clutching Gryffindor's torch more tightly. "We're just students. You are the descendants of those who bound themselves to this task," the Guardian corrected. "Undun, the marks you bear are not curses but keys, the combined knowledge of your ancestors who worked alongside the Founders." With a gesture, the Guardian caused the relics to merge with their matching amulets, suffusing both Artemis and Alaric with ancient magic that felt at once foreign and intimately familiar, knowledge locked in their very blood, awakening after centuries of dormancy. "The ritual requires both bloodlines," the Guardian explained as understanding blossomed in their minds. "One to channel, one to bind. This is why your families remained connected despite all that drove them apart through history." Artemis looked at Alaric, seeing him truly for perhaps the first time, not as a Thornwood or a Slytherin or the son of a Death Eater, but as the other half of a legacy that had waited generations for this moment. "Together then," she said, extending her hand. He took it without hesitation, their marked arms pressing together to form a complete pattern. Together. As they turned toward the castle, the Guardian's light dimmed further, its essence pouring into the boundary to maintain it just long enough for their task to be completed. Behind them, the forest seemed to hold its breath, ancient trees bending inward as if offering their strength for the battle ahead. Before them, Hogwarts stood silhouetted against the night sky, its familiar towers now shrouded in mist that pulsed with hungry purpose. Somewhere in its depths, an ancient evil sensed their approach and trembled, not in fear, but in anticipation of worthy adversaries whose defiance would make its long-awaited freedom all the sweeter. The final confrontation awaited, and the fate of two worlds hung in the balance. Story 6. The ancient walls of the Ministry of Magic stood silent under the pale moonlight, their weathered stones bearing witness to centuries of magical governance. Yet within their shadowed corridors, whispers now traveled like venomous serpents, tales of a new power rising from the ashes of Voldemort's defeat. They called themselves the Shadow Tribunal, though few dared speak this name aloud. Ezra Hawthorne stood upon the rain-slicked cobblestones of Nocturne Alley, his weathered aura's coat pulled tight against the biting December wind. 7 years had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts, 7 years since the wizarding world had claimed victory. But victory, Ezra had learned, often bred complacency. And in complacency, darkness found fertile ground. "They've taken Croaker," came a whispered voice from the shadows. A hooded figure emerged, face obscured beneath a charm of concealment. "The Department of Mysteries has fallen." Ezra's jaw tightened. Algernon Croaker, head unspeakable, had been his last ally within the ministry walls and the prophecy records. In their possession now, the tribunal moves faster than we anticipated. 3 months earlier, Ezra had stood before the Wizengamot, presenting evidence of a conspiracy reaching into the highest echelons of magical governance. They had laughed, stripped him of his rank, and branded him paranoid, a man broken by the war, seeing shadows where none existed. Only Croker had believed him, sharing whispers of an ancient prophecy that spoke of a third path for the magical world. "We've lost our last foothold, then," Ezra muttered, his breath forming ghosts in the winter air. Not quite. The figure pulled back their hood, revealing the sharp, aristocratic features of Morgana Rookwood. Her raven hair gleamed in the dim light of a nearby lantern, her eyes, one emerald, one amber, regarding him with wary calculation. "I can still access the tribunal's inner sanctum." Ezra's hand moved instinctively to his wand. "Rookwood, your uncle murdered my partner during the Battle of Hogwarts, and my parents died fighting against Voldemort at the Ministry," she countered, her voice like steel wrapped in silk. "Not all shadows are born of darkness, Hawthorne." The tribunal's reach extended beyond the Ministry, its tendrils wrapping around Hogwarts itself. Within the castle's hallowed halls, students from all 4 houses unwittingly served as the eyes and ears of this shadowed council. They gathered in the Chamber of Requirement, transformed now into a hall of obsidian columns and silver mist, where ancient runes pulsed with eldritch light. "The balance shifts," intoned Octavius Blackmantle, his voice resonating through the chamber. Once a respected head of the Department for International Magical Cooperation, now he stood as one of the 7 members of the Shadow Tribunal. "For too long, our world has oscillated between light and darkness, between the tyranny of Dark Lords and the willful blindness of the Ministry." 6 other figures stood in a perfect circle, their faces concealed behind masks crafted from enchanted silver. Only their eyes remained visible, windows into souls that had witnessed too much war, too much loss. "The architect's design unfolds as prophesied," said a feminine voice, Cassiopeia Greengrass, who had once fought alongside Dumbledore's army against the Death Eaters. "The winter solstice approaches. We will need the chalice of Merlin's tears for the final ritual." "And what of Hawthorne?" asked another. "He comes closer to uncovering us." "Hawthorne is already dead," Blackmantle replied coldly. "He simply hasn't realized it yet." In the shadows behind a column, Morgana Rookwood closed her eyes, her disillusionment charm barely concealing the rapid beating of her heart. The secrets she had just heard would be worth her life if discovered. The forbidden forest stretched before them, ancient and unyielding, its twisted trees standing sentinel against the approaching dawn. Ezra and Morgana moved silently through the underbrush, following a path known only to those who had studied the oldest maps of Hogwarts' grounds. "The centaurs speak of celestial convergence," Morgana whispered, her wand tip illuminating a small, worn journal in her hand. "The stars align, as they did when the Founders first raised Hogwarts from the earth. And the Tribunal believes this convergence will empower their ritual," Ezra asked, his eyes scanning the forest for movement. "The architect believes the Founders discovered something, a wellspring of magic beyond the understanding of modern wizards. The prophecy speaks of a third path, neither light nor dark, but a shadow balance that will forever change the nature of magic itself." They emerged into a clearing where ancient standing stones formed a perfect circle. At the center stood an altar of black marble, its surface etched with runes that predated even the Founders' time. "The heart of Hogwarts," Morgana breathed. "The true heart, not the castle itself." Ezra approached the altar, feeling the magic that pulsed beneath it, wild, primal power that called to something deep within his own magical core. Why would the founders build their school near such power? To protect it, came a voice from the edge of the clearing. Or perhaps to harness it. They turned to find a figure draped in robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver constellations that shifted and moved like the night sky itself. The architect stepped forward, removing a mask that had concealed features both familiar and shocking. Minerva McGonagall. Ezra breathed. The former headmistress of Hogwarts regarded them with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of dark wizards, the death of friends, and the rebirth of a magical world that seemed determined to repeat its mistakes. Mr. Hawthorne, Miss Rookwood, I expected you both sooner. You're the architect, Morgana said, her wand hand trembling slightly. You formed the tribunal. After watching 2 wizarding wars destroy everything I held dear? Yes. McGonagall's voice carried the weight of decades of loss. I watched generations of children grow into soldiers. I buried too many of them. So you plan to seize control, Ezra said. Replace one tyranny with another. McGonagall's laugh held no humor. Control, no, Mr. Hawthorne. Mr. Liberation. With a flick of her wand, the altar split open, revealing a swirling vortex of pure magical energy, a nexus point where ley lines converged beneath the forest floor. The founders built Hogwarts to contain this power, fearing what it might do if released into our world. But they also left the prophecy that in time of greatest need, when balance between light and dark failed, this power might forge a new path. By giving you absolute control over magic itself, Ezra challenged. By removing the barriers between wizards and magic, she corrected. No more wands, no more incantations, direct communion with the force that flows through all living things. Morgana stepped forward. You would destroy centuries of magical traditions that have led us to the brink of extinction twice in 1 century. McGonagall's eyes flashed. The tribunal consists of those who fought on both sides of the last war, united in the belief that our world cannot survive another. The ground beneath them trembled as the magical nexus pulsed with increasing power. Around the clearing, members of the Shadow Tribunal emerged from the trees, their silver masks gleaming in the first light of dawn. The winter solstice is upon us, McGonagall said. The stars align. The choice is yours. Stand with us in creating a new world, or die defending the broken one you know. Ezra and Morgana exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. In that moment, they understood the weight of the prophecy that had brought them here, not as enemies of the tribunal, but as its final, necessary components. Every revolution requires witnesses, Ezra said softly, understanding dawning in his eyes. That's why you let us discover you. McGonagall nodded. The prophecy speaks of 2 who walk between worlds, a guardian who abandoned his post, and a shadow who seeks the light. The ritual requires your choice, freely given. Morgana stepped toward the nexus, its swirling energies reflecting in her dual-colored eyes. And if we refuse, then the ritual fails. The nexus is sealed for another millennium, and we continue our slow march toward inevitable destruction, McGonagall replied simply. The members of the tribunal formed a circle around the altar, their wands raised toward the heavens, where the morning stars still shone despite the approaching dawn. At the head of the circle stood a figure holding an ancient chalice that gleamed with silvery tears, the chalice of Merlin, filled with the distilled essence of magic itself. The third path awaits, McGonagall said, extending her hand. Not light, not darkness, but shadow, where both may exist in balance. Ezra felt the weight of history upon his shoulders, the echoes of two wizarding wars reverberating through his mind. He thought of Harry Potter, of Dumbledore, of all who had fought and died, believing they were securing a better future. "What guarantee do we have that this power won't corrupt you as it did Voldemort?" he asked. "None," McGonagall admitted. "Except that power shared cannot corrupt absolutely. The Nexus will bind to all magical beings equally. No wands to be won, no blood status to determine strength. Pure democracy of magic." As the first ray of solstice sunlight struck the center of the circle, Ezra and Morgana made their choice, not for the world they knew, but for the one that might be. Together, they stepped into the swirling heart of magic itself, becoming the conduits through which the ancient power would flow into a new age. The light that erupted from the heart of Hogwarts that morning was seen as far away as London, a pillar of radiance that connected earth to sky for one brief, eternal moment, and when it faded, the wizarding world had been transformed. The Shadow Tribunal had fulfilled its purpose, bringing neither the darkness of tyranny nor the blinding light of idealism, but a balanced twilight where magic flowed freely through all who could feel its call. The third path had been opened at last, and with it, a new chapter in the ancient story of magic had begun.